Hello? Sir Mike? Hindi pa tayo mag-start? Hi everyone! Start na tayo?
Standby lang po, Mama. We are still having our technical problem for a while.
Okay.
We have problems of accessing people in the
Hello?
Zoom, supposedly.
Sir Mike?
Facilitators lang
Hindi pa
sana
tayo
nandito.
mag-start?
Delay. Delay yung pasok.
Morning, everyone, and welcome to this webinar on the division orientation of the RPMS 2020-21. We would like to welcome all our participants in today's webinar and orientation on the RPMS. Good morning to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. J.S. Montealto. We also have our Chief of Education Supervisor for the SGOD, Dr. Rosalio Bicontuno Jr., our Senior Education Program Specialist, Dr. Norma T. Francisco. I would also like to greet the following resource speakers who will be formally introduced to us later by Dr. Norma T. Francisco, and our technical support team, headed by Ms. Genevieve G. Coulomb, with her are Mr. Michael C. Rute and Mr. Raymond Rico. I am Ms. Roslyn M. Cabanero, your moderator for this webinar. Good morning. Before we start with our webinar proper, I would like you all to join us in prayer, the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the Zamboanga Hermosa.
Heavenly Father, I am your humble servant. I come before you today in need of hope. There are times when I feel helpless. There are times when I feel weak. I pray for hope. I need hope for a better future. I need hope for a better life. I need hope for love and kindness. Some say that the sky is at its darkest just before the light. I pray that this is true, for all seems dark. I need your light, Lord, in every way. I pray to be filled with your light from head to toe, to bask in your glory, to know that all is right in the world, as you have planned and as you want it to be. Help me to walk in your light and live my life in faith and glory. In your name I pray. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, tegas ng sigatanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulutin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong mga, kaya hinatang tula,
Good morning once again. Before we start with our webinar sessions, I would like you to help me welcome our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. J. S. Montealto, for his message. Sir J, good morning. Sir J. Good morning once again, Sir J. S. Montealto. Sir?
Hey, good morning. Your hardest time lead to the greatest moments of your life. Tough situations build strong people in the end. These lines of Roy Bennett give inspiration to those individuals who have experienced hard situations in their leadership journey. With my respect to our school's mission superintendent, Roy C. Tubalia, Norma Francisco, who is heading this activity, our Chief of Schools Governance and Operations Division, Rosalio Contorno Jr., Designated Chief of CID, Ma'am Laila Fernandez, our resource speakers, Ma'am Rosrine, Yanga, school heads, teachers, good morning and mabuhay! Mabuhay! Despite of challenges of schedules, promotion, health situation, or even love life, especially those who don't have jowa this Valentine's Day, we still manage to deliver the most essential messages of this department. Today, as we post with the challenge of RPMS, we also embark on the maiden voyage of what it takes to improve delivery of quality basic education. As we marry it to PPST, it outlines the required skills and competencies of quality teachers, enabling them to cope with the emerging global frameworks. I could still remember the time when we were still marching towards unity with other ASEAN countries. Some ideas emerged: how could we compete with our neighbor countries? The idea of competition was on aligning competencies so that our people would matter to the business of other countries. So with education, as they said, there will be time when our co-applicants and employees are from neighboring countries. So with Filipinos abroad. If you would seriously take this as business of life, we're also giving assurance to parents and guardians that their children will receive quality basic education from qualified professionals whose competencies are undoubtedly abreast with changes and advancements in the information age, as pointed out if you have read in the Deep Ed website. Now, for on behalf of our school's mission superintendent, Royce Tubalia, let me thank and commend the efforts of RPMS, PPST core group for this activity. My salute to the SGOD, HRD, headed by Dr. Norma Francisco, and of course, the ever-responsive Rosrin Yanga. To our facilitators, thank you for making this moment meaningful. To our department, teachers, parents, and most of all, our learners. Again, in any challenge that we face and adversities we've experienced, let us be guided with our service slogan, no hay cosa imposible, CRI, junto junto puede. Thank you. God bless. Morning.
Thank you very much, Sir J. Okay. So I would like to remind our principals to log in our YouTube link. We posted it in our Facebook page at HRD DepEd Zamboanga City. You may click it there so you may join. because the Zoom link will only be for facilitators. Thank you. So we move on. For the RPMS rationale and introduction of our resource speakers, we have with us our Senior Education Program Specialist of the Human Resource Development, Dr. Norma T. Francisco. Ma'am Norm?
Please unmute, ma'am.
Ma'am Norm, please unmute.
Hey. Okay, take two. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to Sir J. Monte Alto. Good morning to my co-members of the RPMS team of DepEd Zamboanga. Un muy buenos días to all our school heads, supervisors, master teachers, head teachers, and all the teachers of DepEd Zamboanga, to which this activity is really directed to. Now, this RPMS orientation was really took a long process, but anyway, everything is grace. We discussed it for several times, a whole year already, from March up to now, but it is a reality today. So why do we conduct the RPMS orientation? This activity is in pursuant with Civil Service Commission Memorandum Order number 6, series of 2012, on the strategic performance management system, as well as DepEd Order number 2, 2015 of the Department of Education on the result-based performance management system, plus the enhanced RPMS PPST as adopted on by DepEd Order number 42, series of 2017. So that's the reason why we are conducting this activity. Furthermore, we conduct this activity because this is the new normal times, and as learning and teaching and learning continues, performance must also be measured. We are actually concerned with improving the quality of teachers. So the BHROD issued a memos on the guidelines of the RPMS this COVID period through DepEd Memorandum number 0010. That's this activity. Okay, for the purpose of this activity, although we have a national training or orientation on the RPMS, but we opted to do it for the division, for the purpose of further enhancing our knowledge and understanding of the RPMS, the tools used, and the related protocols to be used in this RPMS evaluation. Okay, and it is also a venue wherein we can clarify and address issues and challenges that we face during this normal BELCP. Okay, we have the team who will explain to us the different protocols, the different guidelines, and the different forms to be used for the RPMS. Okay, Sir Mike, are you going to share? Sir Mike? Okay, Sir Mike, do you have it? I cannot see. Sir Mike? Okay. Okay. Wala pa. So the resource speaker for this orientation are as follows. So, Dr. Rosalio Conturno, my chief, will explain to us the context and the definition of terms for RPMS 2020-2021. And of course, hindi clear, we have Dr. Mirna Cabanes, the principal of Tubugan Elementary School, will explain to us the RPMS cycle. And for the third session, Dr. Emelda Mondehar, the principal of Manikaan National High School and concurrent the OIC PSDS of Manikaan District, will explain to us the PPST priority indicators. That's session 3. Moreover, session 4 will be explained to us by Mr. Abelardo Brutas, the principal of Juliana National High School, and also the OIC PSDS of the Culianan District. He will explain to us MOBs number 1 to 7 for proficient teachers. Moreover, Dr. Ricardo Ramiro, the principal of Ramon Enriquez High School, will explain MOBs for 8 to 12 for proficient teachers. Dr. Gloria Carpio, the PSDS of Ayala District, together with Mr. Sosimo Tibeira, principal of Tulungatong ES, will explain to us the MOBs for highly proficient teachers, MOBs number 1 to 7. Session 5.2, MOBs 1 to 7 for highly proficient teachers will be explained to us by Mr. Sherwin P. Saavedra, principal of Salum Elementary School. And session 6 will also be explained to us by Dr. Aisel Ayan Aguana, the principal of Mercedes Central School. Moreover, session 7 on alternative classroom objectives will be explained to us by Mr. Rodel Manlangit, the teacher in charge of Manikaan National High School, Lamisahan Campus. For session 8, on the rater, and approving authority in the RPMS, let's welcome again Dr. Aisel Ayan Aguana, the principal of Mercedes. Session 9 on the RPMS tools and forms will be explained to us by Danilo S. Apad Jr., the TIC for Sibuktuk Elementary School, Bitali District. And session 10 on the ESAT tools, of course, will be explained by Miss Genevieve Colom. Congrats, Ma'am Jen. And of course, Mr. Julius A. Cruz, the coordinator for Recodo National High School on ICT. Session 11 on the frequently asked question will be explained to us by Dr. Jab Erico Aragon, PSDS of Labuan District. And the last topic is actually the open forum and the ways forward. Let's welcome again Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr. That's all, my dear teachers and participants of this vision orientation of the RPMS. May cosa imposible, cree, junto, puede. Ma'am Ros, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Norma T. Francisco. So before we move on further with the sessions, I would like to inform our participants, should you have any questions regarding the topics in the orientation, please type in your questions in the YouTube chat box and we will answer them during the open forum. We hope that you'll be able to learn and absorb the RPMS orientations with its specific guidelines, including the tools, protocols, and timelines. So for our first session, we have with us Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr. for the context and definition of terms. Sir June.
Buenos dias a todos. Good day, fellow educators. Welcome to the orientation on the guidelines on the implementation of the result-based performance management system for school year 2020-2021. This orientation is intended to all our DepEd schools, school heads, and teachers. I am Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr., Chief of the School Governance and Operations Division. I welcome you to this orientation. The demand for teaching and learning has changed for the school year 2020-2021 as a result of the impact of COVID-19. Education institutions, including the Department of Education, shifted focus to delivering education remotely through various distant learning delivery modalities. The current efforts of the department, its schools, and workforce are towards developing learning resources and upskilling and retooling teachers to support the DLDMs adopted by the schools. As the learning delivery changes, so do the duties of teachers to their learners and the performance expected of them. The expectation of teachers must be captured in their performance assessment through a more contextualized result-based performance management system. The modifications in RPMS, its tools, processes, and protocols for school year 2020-2021 captures the DepEd current system that governs teachers' function. The selected RPMS objectives aim to assist teachers to adapt and/or respond more quickly and effectively to emerging circumstances associated with the challenges brought by the pandemic. Furthermore, I am going to read to you the definition of important terms in the RPMS. Content, knowledge, and pedagogy. Competencies that teachers are expected to master for them to teach efficiently and effectively. Creative thinking skills involve exploring ideas, generating possibilities, and looking for many right answers rather than just one. Critical thinking skills refer to the many kinds of intellectual skills that occurs when students are analyzing, evaluating, interpreting, or synthesizing information and applying creative thought to form an argument, solve a problem, or reach a conclusion. Feedback refers to essential and culturally appropriate written and/or oral information about learners' performance, output that can be used to raise awareness on their strengths and weaknesses as basis for improvement. Feedback superficial refer to feedback that is formulaic and lacks information on how to improve learning. Higher order thinking skills, complex thinking processes which include logical and critical analysis, evaluation and synthesis thinking that enable individuals to reflect, solve problems, and create products, solutions. Home visitation, an intervention strategy that involves the learners' families and the community, where possible. The teacher shall do home visits to learners needing remediation or assistance. Interviews, consultations, and dialogues with parents can be conducted to assess the students' learning progress. Individual learning monitoring plan, utilized to monitor learner progress based on the given intervention strategies. Information and communications technology includes, but is not limited to, computer hardware and software, digital resources, and digital information or media that can be used for instruction. Learner-centered culture refers to a set of attitudes, conventions, and practices that place the learners at the center of the learning process by using varied teaching modalities, responsive to learners' diverse background and relevant to meaningful learning experience. Learners in difficult circumstances. Refer to learners that are geographically isolated, chronically ill, displaced due to armed conflict, urban resettlement or disasters, child abuse, and experience child labor practices. Also refer to persons who suffer from hunger, thirst, dangerous jobs, prostitution, sexual abuse, diseases, exclusion, harassment, problems with the law, imprisonment, destructive drugs, domestic slavery, violence, among others. Learning Management System, an online platform that can be used for distant learning, which includes the DepEd LMS, DepEd Commons, DepEd Learning Resource, LR Portal, and third-party software such as Edmodo, Schoology, Google Classroom, and Microsoft Teams. Lesson Plan refers to the daily lesson log or detailed lesson plan as part of instructional planning. Other forms of lesson plan are the weekly lesson plan, weekly lesson log, weekly home learning plan, and lesson exemplars. The weekly home learning plan shall be prepared by teachers implementing distant and blended learning, while the DLP or DLL shall be prepared by teachers implementing face-to-face learning. During pandemic and other disruptive events, all public elementary and secondary school teachers in the region shall prepare their lesson exemplars instead of the usual detailed lesson plan and/or daily learning logs for MELs and/or enabling competencies. Most essential learning competencies refer to the competencies from the K-12 curriculum guides, which are most useful in many professions and in everyday life, thereby satisfying the so-called endurance criterion. Anchored on the prescribed standards, these competencies identified by the department in consultation with the stakeholders are to be used nationwide by field implementers and private schools for school year 2020-2021. As a response to developing resilient education systems, most especially during emergencies such as the current global pandemic, online asynchronous teaching, a mode of teaching that involves learners downloading materials from the internet, completing and submitting assignments online through a learning management system such as the DepEd Commons and DepEd Learning Resource Portal, Google Classroom, and Microsoft Teams. Online synchronous teaching, a mode of teaching that utilizes video conferencing, live chat, instant messaging, or a combination of any of the online tools to engage learners to work in real time. These materials may be designed for collaborative tasks to engage learners on virtual collaboration among peers. Performance monitoring and coaching form provides a record of significant incidents, actual events, and behavior in which both positive and negative performances are observed, such as demonstrated behavior, competence, and performance. Positive use of ICT. Responsible, ethical, or appropriate use of ICT to achieve and reinforce learning. Supplementary materials refer to learning resources locally crafted by teachers to supplement the materials handed down by the DepEd Division, regional, central offices. This material should be aligned with DepEd standards and support the contextualized needs of learners in online, modular, MTB, and radio-based instruction. These teacher-made learning materials can be printed or digital modules, activity sheets, interactive e-materials, and MELS-aligned video and audio lessons. Writing tasks can also be part of the supplementary materials where learners can write the challenges they are facing and what parts of the lesson they did not fully understand and need additional help from their teacher. Teaching and learning resources. Teaching aids and other materials that teachers use not only to enhance teaching and learning, but also to assist learners to meet the expectation for learning as defined by the curriculum. Learning Action Cell functions as a professional learning community for teachers that will help them improve practice and learner achievement. LAC aims to improve the teaching learning process that will lead to improved learning among the students, to nurture successful teachers, to enable teachers to support each other to continuously improve their content and pedagogical knowledge, practice, skills, and attitudes, and to foster a professional collaborative spirit among school heads, teachers, and the community as a whole. Video lesson refers to a learning material similar to a video recorded lesson and videotape lesson used for online asynchronous teaching or used as supplementary material. This material can be uploaded to YouTube, Google Classroom, or any online platform, or distributed via storage devices. Weekly Home Learning Plan. The weekly home learning plan shall be prepared by teachers implementing distance and blended learning material, while the DLP or DLL shall be prepared by teachers implementing face-to-face learning. Wider school community refers to both internal and external stakeholders. This is all for the RPMS context and definition of terms. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr. saying, no hay cosa imposible. Cree, junto, junto, puede.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr. Okay, we would like to remind our new participants to log in our DepEd Zamboanga SDO YouTube channel. We posted the link in our Facebook page in the timeline. You may click it there so you can join the RPMS orientation. We would also like to thank the viewers. We have around 569 viewers in the YouTube channel. Welcome. Okay, so we move on to our next speaker. We have with us Dr. Mirna D. Cabanes, Principal of Tuguman Elementary School for the RPMS cycle.
Buenos dias a todos. Good day, fellow educators. As presented earlier by Dr. Conturno, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, modifications in the RPMS implementation for school year 2020-2021 has been adopted. The adjusted RPMS cycle will guide both the Proficient teachers, teachers 1 to 3, and the highly proficient teachers, master teachers 1 to 4. On the activities, the tools to use, the persons involved, the timeline, and the expected outputs under each phase of the RPMS cycle. I am Dr. Mirna B. Cabanes, Principal of Tugbungan Elementary School, Santa Catalina District. The timeline for each phase of the RPMS cycle is adjusted in consideration of number 1, the school calendar for school year 2020-2021, which began in October 5, 2020 and will end on June 5, 2021 per DepEd Order number 30, Series 2020. Number 2, the adjustment of teachers in compliance with the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, BELCP, for the school year. This presentation will guide us on the details in each phase of the RPMS cycle for school year 2020-2021. As in the past 3 school years, RPMS cycle this year still has 4 phases. Phase 1, performance planning and commitment. Phase 2, performance monitoring and coaching. Phase 3, performance review and evaluation. And Phase 4, performance rewarding and development planning. For Phase 1, performance planning and commitment, the activities to be undertaken are the following: capacity building, presentation of RPMS tools in the time of COVID-19, self-assessment with initial development planning. The forms or tools to be used are the IPCRF, SAT, and the IPCRF developmental plans. Expected outputs that teachers must come up with are the developmental plans based on SAT and the signed IPCRF. The persons responsible or involved are the division office, school heads, raters, and ratees. Timeline is January 2021. Phase 2 is the performance monitoring and coaching. This is ongoing process and a year-round activity. This is said to be the heart of RPMS. This provides key inputs and objective basis for rating. It shall facilitate feedback and provide evidences. The activities are monitoring and coaching, and also the mid-year review with development planning. RPMS tools are IPCRF DP using the PMCF. Expected outputs are the agreements based on IPCRF DP and the portfolio. Persons involved are school head, raters, and ratees. Timeline for monitoring and coaching is from January to June 2021, while the mid-year review will happen in March 2021. Phase 3 is the performance review and evaluation. Activities to be undertaken in this phase are the following: year-end review and assessment, evaluation of portfolio, and computation of the final rating. Persons involved are the raters, ratees, and the approving authority. Expected outputs are signed portfolio, signed IPCRF with computed final rating. This will happen a week after the scheduled graduation. Finally, Phase 4, the performance rewarding and development planning. The activities are ways forward development planning and the IPCRF data collection. The form or tool is the final IPCRF development plan. Output will be the rewards and recognition to deserving teachers. Persons involved are the raters, school head, and ratees. Timeline is a month after the scheduled graduation. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Dr. Mirna B. Cabanes saying, no hay cosa imposible, cree junto puede.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mirna Cabanes. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mirna Cabanes. We move on to our next speaker. We have with us Dr. Imelda G. Mondihar, Principal of Manica National High School for the PPST or Indicators Priorities.
Yes.
Dr. Emmy.
Nagbalik siya.
A blissful day, everyone who are watching via live streaming. I am Dr. Emmy Gatab Mondihar, the school principal of Manicaan National High School and the OIC Public Schools District Supervisor of Manicaan District. I will be discussing with you today a part of RPMS for school year 2020-2021, particularly on the PPST Priority Indicators and Means of Verifications or MOV. There are 11 priority indicators from the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers or PPST, chosen as Results-Based Performance Management System or RPMS objectives for this school year. These priority indicators were selected based on being more responsive and appropriate to the current context of the teachers, learners, and the learning environment. First, the classroom observable objectives. There are 7 classroom observable objectives for both proficient and highly proficient teachers. The performance indicators for these objectives are identified for quality except for Objective 6, which has quality and timeliness. For Objective 1, applied knowledge of content within and across curriculum teaching areas for the weight of 8%. For Objective 5, planned and delivered teaching strategies that are responsive to the special educational needs of learners in difficult circumstances, including geographic isolation, chronic illness, displacement due to armed conflict, urban resettlement or disasters, child abuse, and child labor practices with a weight of 8%. For Objective 7, selected, developed, organized, and used appropriate teaching and learning resources, including ICT, to address learning goals with a weight of 8%. Only 2 class observations or CO are required for the entire school year. Guidelines and protocols for alternative classroom observations are defined in this document. Objectives 2, 3, and 4 require supplementary materials as MOV, while Objective 6 require evidence that show feedback to learners. Objective 2 ensured the positive use of ICT to facilitate the teaching and learning process with a weight of 8%. For Objective 3, applied a range of teaching strategies to develop critical and creative thinking as well as other higher order thinking skills with a weight of 8%. For Objective 4, established a learner-centered culture by using teaching strategies that respond to their linguistic, cultural, socioeconomic, and religious backgrounds with a weight of 8%. Only 2 MOV that show evidence of each objective are required for the entire school year. For non-classroom observable objectives, there are 4 non-classroom observable objectives for both proficient and highly proficient teachers. The performance indicators are identified for quality in Objective 8 and efficiency in Objective 9, to 11. Plus factor is objective 12. For objective 8, set achievable and appropriate learning outcomes that are aligned with learning competencies with a weight of 8%. For objective 9, build relationship with parents or guardians and the wider school community to facilitate involvement in the educative process with a weight of 8%. For objective 10, participated in professional networks to share knowledge and to enhance practice with a weight of 8%. For objective 11, developed a personal improvement plan based on reflection of one's practice and ongoing professional learning with a weight of 8%. For objective 12, performed various related works and activities that contribute to the teaching learning process or the plus factor with a weight of 12%. That is all for the PPST priority indicators and means of verification. Once again, I'm Dr. Emmy Gatab Mondehar, the principal of Manikaan National High School and the OIC PSDS of Manikaan District, saying, nuway ko sa imposible, kre, huntu-huntu, pwede.
Thank you, Dr. Emmy Mondehar. Okay, I would like to thank the different viewers and participants joining. We already have 591 viewers. Hi, dear teachers, principals, master teachers, and head teachers. I can see in the chat room the different teachers logging in. We have Miss Agnes Abellon from Lumayang Elementary School. Good morning, ma'am. Alexandra Smith Kalisay. We also have from Zamboanga City High School, Sir Ervito Toribio. Good morning, sir. We have Marina Ostero. Good morning, ma'am. We also have with us Sir Christopher Contreras from Upper Masaba Elementary School. We have Ma'am Wilma Soldivillo. Good morning, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am Pilar Francisco from Sangali Elementary School. Good morning. So welcome everyone. Continue to subscribe in our SDO YouTube channel. So for you to be able to join the different trainings and videos posted there. Okay. So we move on to our next speaker. We have with us Mr. Abelardo Tibutas Jr., Principal of Culiana National High School, for his topic, MOVs 1 to 7 for Proficient Teachers. Sir?
Blessed day to my fellow educators. I am Mr. Abelardo Brutas Jr., Principal of Culiana National High School and the OIC PSDS of Culiana District. Today, I will discuss the guidelines on the implementation of the Result-Based Performance Management System for school year 2020-2021, particularly on the means of verification for the RPMS objectives 1 to 7 based on the PPST priority indicators for proficient teacher, that is teacher 1, teacher 2, and teacher 3. For indicator 1, applied knowledge of content within and across curriculum teaching areas, this is one of the indicator that requires non-negotiable MOV. The MOV is Classroom Observation Tool Rating Sheet or Enter Observer Agreement Form. From number 1, an online observation of online synchronous teaching. Number 2, if option 1 is not possible, an observation or video lesson that is SLM-based or MELC-aligned. The number 3, if option 1 and option 2 are not possible, an observation of demonstration teaching via LAC. For indicator 2, ensure the positive use of ICT to facilitate the teaching and learning process. For indicator 3, applied range of teaching strategies to develop critical and creative thinking as well as other higher order thinking skills. And indicator 4, establish a learner-centered culture by using teaching strategies that respond to their linguistic, cultural, socioeconomic, and religious backgrounds. The MOBs are any supplementary materials that is in print or digital format made by the writee and used in the lesson delivery, such as, but not limited to the following: activity sheets, one lesson from a locally crafted self-learning module, lesson plan, that is detailed lesson plan, daily lesson log, weekly home learning plan, weekly lesson plan, weekly lesson log, lesson exemplars, and the likes. Video lessons, audio lesson, and other learning materials either in print or digital format used provided with annotations. For indicator 5, planned and delivered teaching strategies that are responsive to the special educational needs of learners in difficult circumstances, including geographic isolation, chronic illness, displacement due to armed conflict, urban resettlement or disasters, child abuse, and child labor. The MOB is classroom observation tool rating sheet or enter observer agreement form from the given 3 options. For indicator 6, use strategies for providing timely, accurate, and constructive feedback to improve learner performance. The evidence that highlights providing accurate, constructive feedback to improve learner performance. And that shows timeliness of feedback given to any of the following: activity sheet, performance task, portfolio, quiz or test, self-learning module. For indicator 7, selected, developed, organized, and used appropriate teaching and learning resources, including ICT, to address learning goals. The MOB is the classroom observation tool rating sheet and enter observer agreement form from the given 3 options. Those are the respective means of verification to note for the RPMS objectives 1 to 7, based on the PPST priority indicators for proficient teachers, which is Teacher 1, Teacher 2, and Teacher 3. This has been Abelardo Brutas Jr., inspiring you with our service slogan: Nuhay kung sa imposible, kre, hunto-hunto, pwede.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abelardo T. Brutas Jr. Okay, we have our viewers. We have Ma'am Grace Adi. Hello, Ma'am Grace. Good morning. To Salvador Forgosa from Don Pablo Lorenzo. Good morning, sir. We also have with us Elsa De Leon. Good morning. Elena Balan from Southcomb National High School. Ma'am, good morning. We also have Cedric Kurt Dorham Salam. Good morning. Raymond Chan from Manikahan National High School. Good morning, sir. We also have Sir Praiko from Zamboanga City Central. Sir, good morning. We have Estelita Baybay from Manika National High School. Good morning, ma'am. Rachel M. Natividad from Bungyao National High School. Good morning. Okay, continue subscribing and watching our YouTube page. We already have 580 viewers. Good morning, dear teachers. I hope you're still up and about in absorbing the different protocols and timelines for the RPMS orientation. Okay, we move on to our next speaker. We have with us Mr. Ricardo R. Ramiro, Principal of Ramon Enriquez Memorial High School, for the MOVs 8 to 12 for Proficient teachers. Sir?
Our dear teachers and my fellow school heads who are watching this discussion on the guidelines on the implementation of the result-based performance management system for school year 2020-2021, buenos dias a todos. I am Ricardo R. Ramiro, the principal of Ramon Enriquez High School, and I'm going to present to you the means of verification or MOVs for the remaining 5 objectives for the proficient teachers. Let us continue with Objective 8. Set achievable and appropriate learning outcomes that are aligned with learning competencies. This objective is still part of key result area number 3, Curriculum and Planning. What is the MOV for Objective 8? The MOV for Objective 8 is one lesson plan. For example, DLP, DLL, WHLP, WHLP, WLL, lesson exemplars, and the like, or one lesson plan from a self-learning module, or SLM prepared by the RATI with achievable and appropriate learning outcomes that are aligned with the learning competencies as shown in any of the following: lecture or discussion, activity sheets, performance tasks, rubric for assessing performance using criteria that are appropriately describe the target output. The next objective is under key result area number 4, community linkages and professional engagement, personal growth and professional development. What are the MOVs for the objective number 9? Build relationships with parents, guardians, and wider school community to facilitate involvement in the educative process. The following are the MOVs for this objective. Number 1, proof of participation in any activity for improved access to education, such as but not limited to the following activities: distribution of learning materials to learners, parents, for example, the receipt form, monitoring form during distribution of learning materials. Brigada Eskwela, for example, commitment form to the stakeholders, developed advocacy materials, certificate of participation that involves parents, stakeholders engagement, signed by the school head. Home visitation. The MOB is the home visitation form. Number 2, parent-teacher lag or proof of other stakeholders meeting. For example, one-on-one parent-teacher-learner conference. Lag attendance sheet with minutes of online or face-to-face meeting. Proof of involvement in the learner's parents' orientation. Number 3, any form of communication to parent stakeholders. The MOVs, notice of meeting, screenshot of chat text messages, communication with parent, guardian, printed copy of the LESF signed by the ICT coordinator and school head. The 6 possible MOVs for Objective 10. Participated in professional networks to share knowledge and to enhance practice are the following: certificate of completion of a course, training, certificate of participation in a webinar, retooling, upskilling, and other training seminar, workshop with proof of implementation, certificate of recognition, speakership in the webinar, retooling, upscaling, and other training seminar workshop. Any proof of participation to a benchmarking activity. Any proof of participation in school LAC sessions, online, face-to-face, certified by the LAC coordinator. Lastly, you may submit any MOV that is not included in the given list, provided you give annotations. For Objective 11, developed a personal improvement plan based on reflection of one's practice and ongoing professional learning. There is one main MOV, which is the Individual Performance and Commitment Review Form Development Plan. The supporting MOV is any document aligned with the IPSR FDP, such as reflection of one's practice during LAC session with proof of attendance, reflection of personal notes on coaching and mentoring and/or mid-year review, personal notes journal on division, school-led inset with proof of attendance, certificate of enrollment, registration form, class card in graduate, postgraduate school, online courses. Any learning material highlighting the improvement done based on accomplished reflection section. Others, you may specify provided you give annotations. The last objective is the plus factor, which is performed various related works, activities that contribute to the teaching learning process. And this objective has 12 MOBs, and they are the following. Committee involvement, advisor of co-curricular activities, involvement as module, learning material writer, involvement as module, learning material validator, participation in the RO, SDO, school-initiated TV, radio-based instruction, book or journal, author, contributor, coordinator, chairperson, coaching and mentoring learners in competitions, mentoring pre-service teachers, participation in demonstration teaching, participation as research presenter in a forum conference. Others, you may specify annotations. Muchas gracias. Este de ustedes, amigo Ricardo Aramiro, ta declarar. No hay cosa imposible, cree junto, puede.
All right. Thank you very much, Sir Ricardo Ramiro. Okay. I would like to remind the different participants, if you have your questions, you may feel free to use the YouTube chat box and type in your questions. Okay. Greeting again the different teachers here. We have with us Sir Sandro Sepe from Don Pablo Lorenzo Memorial High School. Sir, good morning. We also have here Ma'am Jean Sitiar from Talon Talon Central SPED Center. We have Violeto Roble, okay, from Sangali Elementary School. Eric Macan Santos from Tumalutab, okay. We also have Sir Chris Krinko from Labuan Central School. Sir, good morning. We have also Raymond Chan from Manica National High School. We have Mari P. from Bualan Central School. Good morning. Okay. We also have here Ma'am Raquel Bangayan from Talon Talon Central. Good morning. So I'm happy to see that we have a lot of viewers right now. Thank you very much. We have 591. Okay. Thank you very much. Continue subscribing. So we move on to our next speaker. We have with us Dr. Gloria P. Carpio for the MOVs 1 to 7 for highly proficient teachers. Dr. Gloria?
Buenos días a todos. Un buen felicitación de alegría con todo con ustedes. I am Gloria Picarpio, PSDS of Ayala District and head of Quadrant 1.1. We are all very lucky to have this orientation on the guidelines of the implementation of the results-based performance management system. From the Office of the Undersecretary for Planning, Human Resource and Organizational Development, signed by Undersecretary Jesus Mateo of the Department of Education. Due to COVID-19 situation, some modifications have been adjusted in the implementation of the RPMS for school year 2020-2021. The previous speakers have already discussed with you. Number 1, the rationale of the guidelines. Number 2, context and definition of terms. Number 3, RPMS cycle. Number 4, PPST indicators priority. And number 5, MOVs for proficient teachers. The PPST priority indicators and means of verifications for the highly proficient teachers are for master teachers. This will guide them on how they could be able to achieve and comply the different outputs that would serve as their means of verification. There are 11 priority indicators from the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers chosen as RPMS objectives for this school year. These priority indicators were selected based on being more responsive and appropriate to the current context of the teachers, learners, and the learning environment. There are 7 classroom observable objectives for the both proficient and highly proficient teachers. Objectives 1, 5, and 7 require means of verification from a classroom observation. Only 2 observations are required for the entire school year. Objectives 2, 3, and 4 require supplementary materials as MOV, while Objective 6 requires evidence that show feedbacks to learners. Only 2 MOVs that show evidence of each objective are required for the entire school year. Non-classroom observable objectives. There are 4 non-classroom observable objectives for both proficient and highly proficient teachers. The performance indicators are identified for quality in Objective 8 and quality and efficiency in Objectives 9 to 11. Plus factor is Objective 12. May I present to you the first 7 objectives and means of verification per indicator for the highly proficient teachers for RPMS school year 2020-2021. RPMS objectives based on the PPST priority indicator. Number 1, modeled effective applications of content knowledge within and across curriculum teaching areas. The means of verification for Objective 1 is Classroom Observation Tool Rating Sheet with Proof of Attendance of Colleagues. Number 2, Classroom Observation Tool Rating Sheet with Proof of Attendance of Colleagues. Number 3, developed and applied effective teaching strategies to promote critical and creative thinking, as well as other high-order thinking skills. Number 4, exhibited a learner-centered culture that promotes success by using effective teaching strategies that respond to their linguistic, cultural, socioeconomic, and religious backgrounds. Means of verification for objectives 2, 3, and 4. Any supplementary material in print or digital format made by the ratee and used in the lesson delivery with performance monitoring and coaching form to show proof of coaching and mentoring colleagues. Activity sheets, one lesson from a locally crafted self-learning module, lesson plan, for example, DLP, DLL, WHLP, WLP, WLL, lesson exemplars, and the likes. Video lesson, audio lesson, for other learning materials in print, digital format. Please specify and provide annotations. Number 5. Evaluated with colleagues teaching strategies that are responsive to the special educational needs of learners in difficult circumstances, including geographic isolation, chronic illness, displacement due to armed conflict, urban resettlement or disasters, child abuse, and child labor practices. Means of verification for Objective 5. COT rating sheet with proof of attendance of colleagues. Number 6, use effective strategies for providing timely, accurate, and constructive feedback to encourage learners to reflect on and improve their own learning. Means of verification for Objective 6. Evidence that highlights providing accurate and constructive feedback to improve learner performance and that shows timeliness of feedback given to any of the following: activity sheet, performance task, portfolio, quiz or test, self-learning module and performance monitoring and coaching form to show proof of coaching and mentoring colleagues. Number 7. Advise and guided colleagues in the selection, organization, development, and use of appropriate teaching and learning resources, including ICT, to address specific learning goals. Means of verification for Objective 7. COT rating sheet with proof of attendance of colleagues. Again, this is your fellow educator, Gloria Picarpio, saying, muchas gracias. Let's join hands together and strongly say, no hay cosas imposible, cree, junto, junto, puede.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gloria Picarpio. Very well said. Okay, so we wish again to thank our viewers here. We have 582 watching now. Good morning. Okay, we have Lalaine Moreno from Buwalan Central. Good morning, ma'am. We have Raquel Bangayan from Tantanon Central. We also have with us Ma'am Edna Wee from Santa Barbara Central. Good morning. Rosana B. Marquez from Santa Maria Central School. Good morning, ma'am. We have Crizel James Bustillo from CBDJNS with Sir Teresito B. Apolinario. Good morning. Okay, we also have Lina Bastasa. Good morning, ma'am. We also have Sir Raymond Zapanta from Tanuksamay Elementary School. I'm happy that everybody is joining and watching with us. And we also have Ma'am Claire Ann Bangayan from Victoria Elementary School, Ma'am Annie Mandin from Cabaluay National High School. Okay. We also have Emily Jaime from Santa Maria Central School. We have Eden Galvez from Magsaysay Elementary School. Ma'am Cathy Tan from Don Pablo Lorenzo High School. We have Mark Tolentino from Don Pablo Lorenzo Memorial High School. We also have Sir James from Don Pablo. Miss Mary Ann Curato from Zamboanga City High School. Good morning. We also have Eden Manalo from Manicaan Poblacion. Okay, good morning, good morning. So we move on. We have our next speaker. We have with us Mr. Sherwin P. Saavedra, Principal of Salum Elementary School, with his topics, MOBs for 8 to 12 highly proficient teachers. So Sherwin.
Buenos dias a todos. Blessed day, fellow educators. I am Mr. Sherwin P. Saavedra. On behalf of the Zamboanga City Division, I welcome you all to this orientation on guidelines on the implementation of the result-based performance management system for school year 2020-2021. Actually, this is just a continuation on the topic about means of verification per RPMS objective based on the PPST priority indicator. This orientation focuses on the MOBs, numbers 8 to 12 for the master teachers, 1 to 4, the highly proficient teachers of the Department of Education Division of Zamboanga City. What are the means of verification or the MOBs for objectives 8 to 12? For Objective 8, modeled to colleagues the setting of achievable and challenging learning outcomes that are aligned with learning competencies to cultivate a culture of excellence for all learners. The following are the MOBs. 1 lesson plan, examples, DLP, DLL, WHLP, WLL, lesson exemplars, and the likes. Or 1 lesson from a self-learning module prepared by the RATI with achievable and appropriate learning outcomes that are aligned with the learning competencies as shown in any of the following. Lecture and discussion, activity or the activity sheet, performance tasks, rubric for assessing performance using criteria that are appropriately describe the target output and demonstrated in a LAC session as attested by the LAC coordinator, approving committee with the proof of attendance of colleagues. Objective number 9, guided colleagues to strengthen relationships with parents or guardians and the wider school community to maximize their involvement in the educative process. The following are the MOBs. 1, school letter approved by the school or department or grade level head. Example, communication with the barangay to use a government vehicle to transport modules. Second, approved action plan or project proposal or activity proposal involving the stakeholders. And finally, accomplishment or the narrative report of the approved activity. Objective number 10, contributed actively to the professional networks within and between schools to improve knowledge and to enhance practice. The MOBs are approved activity or project proposal for a webinar, retooling, upskilling, and other training, seminar, workshop with accomplishment report. approve activity or project proposal for benchmarking or innovation with accomplishment report, certificate as contributor to LRMDS, certificate of completion in a course or training, certificate of recognition or speakership in a webinar, retooling, upskilling, and other training, seminar, workshop. Any proof of participation in school LAC sessions, online, face-to-face, certified by the LAC coordinator. And others as specified and provide annotations. Objective number 11, initiated professional reflections and promote learning opportunities with colleagues to improve practice. The MOBs are, we have the main MOB and the supporting ones. The main MOB, we have synthesis of individual performance and committee review form development plan, or the IPCRF-DP of colleagues. And the supporting MOBs, we have the certificate for recognition as resource speaker for training committee chairperson, training matrix of LAC sessions highlighting teachers' role, minutes of LAC session highlighting teachers' role, sample personal notes or reflection of colleagues on regional, division, school-led ESATs, and other trainings supervised or conducted by teacher. Summary of evaluation or quality assurance report on the conducted regional, division, school-led ESATs or other trainings. And others just specify and provide annotations. And finally, the last objective, which is the plus factor, perform various related works or activities that contribute to the teaching learning process. The following are the evidences. We have served as OIC in the absence of the principal, represented the principal in meetings and conference, observed teaching performance of teachers 1 to 3, also assisted the school selection committee in the evaluation of credentials when hiring or promoting teachers, served in a committee, served as advisor to co-curricular activities, served as coordinator or chairperson, authored or contributed to a book or journal, participated in the regional office, in the school's division office, or the school-initiated TV radio-based instruction, served as module or learning material writer, served as module or learning material validator, coach and mentored learners in competitions, mentored pre-service or in-service teachers, and others just specify and provide annotations. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Mr. Sherwin P. Saavedra saying, no hay cosa imposible. Cree, junto, puede.
Okay, thank you very much. So Sherwin P. Saavedra. Okay. You don't have to worry for the materials. We will be posting them later. So you will have your guides for the protocols for this RPMS 2020-21. Okay. We have another set of greetings from the different teachers. We also have with us Ma'am Criselda Fernando, Gemma, Mama Ed. Okay, good morning. We also have Ma'am Grace Paculba from Manga Elementary School. We have Karen Roxanne Salindro and Elisa B. Rosaroso and Lucia Generoso from Tetuan Central School. Good morning. We also have Katun Asbi from Recodo National High School. We also have with us Sir Rodel Piok from Lanzones Elementary School. Good morning. We also have Eric Marcos from Sangali Elementary School. Ma'am Jocelyn Gia. Good morning. We also have Miss Jody Bustamante from San Roque National High School. We also have Sir Noel Reyes. Good morning. Erwin Mendez from Baluno Elementary School. And then Ma'am Irma Calonia from Mariti Elementary School. Good morning, Ma'am. We also have Ma'am Rosalie Toledo from Santa Maria Central. Evelyn Ramos from Poso Elementary School. Good morning. Marilyn Falca Santos. Sir Miguel Ibero from Muruk Elementary School. Mirna Dapi from Manika National. Pasilmanta Annex. Good morning. Charmay Makapili from Bualan Central School. We also have Sir Chester Taiko, sir, from Panibigan Elementary School. Edelisa Kwe. Okay, good morning. Ma'am Janet Caraquel from Zamboanga National West. Good morning. We also have with us Eda Rojas from Maria Clara Lorenzo Memorial High School. Thank you very much for the participation, and we know that you are online joining. Okay, thank you. So we move on to our next session. We have the general guidelines for alternative classroom observation. Please help me welcome Dr. Aisel Ayan A. Aguana, Principal of Mercedes Central School. Sir Aisel?
A warm and due salutations to everyone. Signing in at your finest service, I am Dr. Aisel Ian A. Aguana, Principal of Mercedes Central School SPED Center. Welcome aboard to our session on the General Guidelines for RPMS Alternative Classroom Observation. Today, I will be sharing extracted details based on DMPHRD 2021-0010 on alternative classroom observations and all targeted facts that encompasses within. The alternative classroom observations for RPMS is considered only for school year 2020-2021 due to the absence of or limited capacity for face-to-face learning. There should be 2 classroom observations for the entire school year. Hence, ratees should submit 2 classroom observation tool COT rating sheets, inter-observer agreement forms as MOV for objectives that require such objectives 1, 5, and 7. The alternative classroom observations should follow this time frame. CO1 between January and March 2021, CO2 between April and May 2021. What are the 3 types of alternative classroom observations? The 3 types of classroom observations are online observations, observation of a video lesson, and observation of demonstration teaching via Learning Action Cell. When do we use online observation? This type of observation can be used if teachers are adopting online synchronous learning, regardless of the number of classes and learners. When is observation of a video lesson be considered? This mode of observation is considered when option 1 is not possible. This type of observation applies to teachers who will adopt online asynchronous learning in any of their classes and learners. What are video lessons? A video lesson must have been used in lesson delivery as part of the supplementary materials or as one of the learning materials for online asynchronous learning. It is not the same as video lesson for TV-based instruction. A video lesson must be SLM-based or MELC-aligned. A teacher can use any recording device to record himself while teaching a lesson. A video lesson can be stored in a cloud, example, Google Drive, or any storage device, example, flash drive, or uploaded to an online classroom, example, Google Classroom, or a learning management system. When is observation of a demonstration teaching via learning action cell be considered? This mode of observation is considered when options 1 and 2 are not possible. Thus, this applies to teachers who will adopt pure modular learning, print digital, radio-based instruction, and TV-based instruction. In DepEd's BELCP, in the time of COVID-19, a support mechanism shall be established for teachers and school leaders to have access to relevant on-demand technical and administrative advice and guidance which come in many forms, including professional learning communities through the LAC. In support of this mechanism, the LAC policy states that school LAC primarily functions as professional learning community for teachers that will help them improve practice and learner achievement. This may be the best time to use LAC as the opportunity for the ratee to show performance of the RPMS objectives and for both ratees and observers to discuss collegially strategies to improve the teaching and learning processes, especially in addressing challenges in learning delivery brought by the pandemic. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Dr. Aisel Ia Naguana saying, no hay cosa imposible. Cree, junto puede.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aisel Ian Aguana. Okay. Good morning once again to our viewers. We have with us Dr. Socorro Canaya with your department heads and master teachers. Good morning, ma'am. We also have here Ma'am Maria Socorro Wakino from MCLL National High School. We also have here Dulce Sita Canones, Joey Del Mundo from Talisayan. Okay, we also have Sir Alimar Barahin. Good morning. We also have Kimar Napi from Tigtabon Elementary School. We have Maria Luisa Caluyo from San Roque National High School. Good morning, ma'am. We also have Edita Gregana from Salud ES. We have Vivian Casava from Don Pablo Junior High School. Good morning, ma'am. Adelina Araneta. Good morning. Ma'am Ethel Medallo, also from Don Pablo. Good morning, ma'am. We have Florinda Joven from Labuan Central School. We also have Adonis Rojas, Sir Adonis Rojas from Limpapa Elementary School, sir. We also have Sorhida Sali from Panganak Elementary School. Good morning. We have Josephine Enriquez. Good morning, ma'am. Joanne Tinay from Tetuan Central. Good morning. We also have Corazon Faberia from Amputan Elementary School, Catalan District. Good morning, ma'am. And Ma'am Josephine, Josefa Jasmine Resurrection from, okay. Good morning. We have Maria Cristina Rosca from Tugbuman Elementary School. Good morning. And to all our viewers, continue watching. Okay, so we move on to our next session. We have the alternative classroom observation process. Please help me welcome Mr. Rodel C. Manlangit, TIC of Lamisan Lamisan Annex, Manka National High School. Sir?
Good day, fellow educators. Continuing the orientation on the guidelines on the implementation of the results-based performance management system for school year 2020 to 2021, I will be discussing with you alternative classroom observation processes. I am Rodel C. Manlangit, teacher in charge of Manikaan National High School, Lamisahan Annex. The alternative classroom observation processes are almost similar with the process of classroom observation done face-to-face. The pre-observation, observation, and post-observation are still followed with minimal modifications as shown in the table on the screen. For highly proficient teachers, a proof of attendance during observation is part of their MOV. Hence, the following protocols should be observed. Number 1, online observation. Invite your colleague to sit in your online class. Have an attendance sheet signed after the class. Number 2, observation of a video lesson. Give a copy of your video lesson to your colleague, which they should view. Have an attendance sheet signed afterwards. Note, observers must ensure that colleagues view the video lessons. Number 3, observation of a demonstration teaching via LAC. Invite your colleagues to observe your demonstration teaching during a LAC session. Have an attendance sheet signed afterwards. That is all for the alternative classroom observation processes. Once again, I am Rodel C. Manlangit saying, nuway ko sa imposible, kre huntu-huntu, pwede.
Okay, thank you very much, Rodel. Manlangit. Yes, okay. We'd like to greet the other viewers from the department heads and head teachers of Don Pablo Lorenzo Memorial. Good morning, everyone. Okay. We also have here Sir Kuro Chris from Cristino M. Paragas Memorial. Good morning, sir. We have Shirley Brown from Cristino Paragas Memorial. Sir Alan Enolpe from Poso Elementary. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Jennifer Cabana from Don Fox Memorial Elementary. We also have here Ma'am Daisy Dinapo, Genevieve Dunque from Zamboanga City High School. Okay. We also have Sir Alfred Melvin from Ayala National. Sir Eric Mocansantos from Siginan Elementary School. We also have Fabiola Bales from Hampang Elementary School. Okay. So we also have here Sir Jonathan De Los Reyes from Southern Support Command Elementary School. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Banji Merabeles from Latap Elementary School. We also have with us Ma'am Carmelita Ras from Zamboanga National High School West. Good morning, Ma'am. We also have Ma'am Teresa De Leon from Zamboanga City High School, Maine. We have Sir Edwin Alderite from Magsaysay Elementary School. Good morning, sir. We also have Michelle Bebin from Latuan Elementary School. Bernadette Trimaco from Tugtungan Elementary School. Maria Luz Ramboy from Luyahan Elementary School. Eric Macansantos from Nangka Elementary School. And then Sir AJ Barrera from Panganak Elementary School. Good morning. Okay. We have Sir Eric Macansantos from Tumaluta. Morning, sir. Okay, thank you very much to our dear viewers and participants. Okay, we move on to our next session. We have the topic on the rater, and approving authority in the RPMS. Please help me welcome again Dr. Aisel Ayan A. Aguana.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Blissful day, everyone. I am Dr. Aisel Ian Aguana, Principal of Mercedes Central School SPED Center. Welcome to our session on rater, and approving authority in the RPMS. DepEd Order Number 2, Series 2015, or the Guidelines on the Establishment and Implementation of the Results-Based Performance Management System, RPMS, in the Department of Education, establishes who the ratees are and their corresponding raters and approving authorities. Who is the rater, observer, and approving authority of the head teacher? The rater observer is the principal, school head, and the superintendent is the approving authority for small and medium division, while assistant superintendent for large and very large divisions. Zamboanga City Division is a large division. Therefore, the approving authority for head teacher is the assistant superintendent. For master teachers, the rater observer is the principal, school head, and the approving authority is the superintendent for small and medium division, and the assistant superintendent for large and very large divisions. For teachers, the rater observer is the master teacher, head teacher, assistant principal, and the approving authority is the principal or school head. For ALS implementers, school base, the rater observer is the master teacher, head teacher, assistant principal, and the approving authority is the principal or school head. For ALS implementers, community learning centers base, the rater observer is the education program specialist for ALS, and the approving authority is the Chief of Curriculum Implementation Division, CID. Now, we are well guided about rater, and approving authority in the RPMS. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Dr. Aisel Ian A. Aguana saying, no hay cosa imposible. Cree, junto, puede.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Aisel Aguana. Okay. I would like to remind you, if you have queries, you may post them in the chat box. Okay, so we can answer it later. So again, thank you very much. We hope that you're still here with us. Okay. Hello to the different viewers here. Everybody is typing in their names. Okay. We also have here Ma'am Arlene Javelosa from Labuan Central School. Good morning. We have Aileen Bernardo from Tugtungan Elementary School. We also have here Annie De La Cruz from Manca National High School. Good morning. We have Ma'am Emily Goso. Good morning, Ma'am. Estela Florentino. Maria Dolores Gregorio from Zamboanga City High School. We have Rosalie Rojas. Sir Norman Torresiba. Good morning. Arlene Redonia from Zamboanga City Division. Okay. We also have Marlene Malca Santos from Victoria Elementary School. We also have Sunshine Pasunanga, from Pasunanga National High School, Ma'am Palco. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Corazon Lutian. Good morning, Ma'am. We have Arlene Halon from Tetuan Central School. Good morning. We also have here Sir Kuro Chris from Cristino M. Paragas. Good morning. Okay. We move on to our next session. We have the RPMS tools and forms. Please help me welcome Mr. Danilo S. Apat Jr., DIC for Sibuktuk Elementary School. Sir?
Good day, everyone. We are on the session on RPMS tools. I am Danilo Apat Jr., teacher in charge of Sibuktuk Elementary School. Raters and ratees from across career stages use the RPMS tools in assessing the quality of teacher performance. RPMS tools are assessment instruments used to ensure quality teacher performance at different career stages. They describe the duties and responsibilities of teachers across career stages. The key result areas, or KRAs, for the realization of those duties and the specific objectives to attain the KRAs. They also present in detail the various means of verification, or MOV, that serve as proof of the attainment of specific objectives alongside performance indicators, from outstanding to poor performance, to help both ratees and raters in the assessment process. There are two sets of RPMS tools, one for proficient teachers and another for highly proficient teachers. Take note that ratees and raters must use this version of RPMS tool for school year 2020-2021, which states RPMS tool in the time of COVID-19. All RPMS tools contain the following parts. Number 1, job summary. This part shows the position and the competency profile of the ratee. Number 2, qualification standards. This part lists the qualifications prescribed by the Civil Service Commission and the preferred qualifications for the position. And number 3, duties and responsibilities. This section presents all the duties and responsibilities of the teachers, which vary in complexity or expectation depending on the teacher's position or rank. We have number 4, key result areas, or KRAs. The KRAs refer to the general outputs or outcomes. They are the mandate of the functions of the office or the individual employee based on DepEd Order Number 2, Series of 2015. In the context of the RPMS tools, the KRAs capture the domains of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, which articulates what constitutes teacher quality. The KRAs are: number 1, content knowledge and pedagogy. Number 2, learning environment and diversity of learners. Number 3, curriculum and planning. Number 4, assessment and reporting. And number 5, plus factor. And lastly, number 5, objectives. They are specific tasks that an office and or individual employee needs to do to achieve the KRAs. In the RPMS tools, teachers target 11 objectives to realize the 5 KRAs. These objectives are aligned with the indicators of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. We have number 6, means of verification. The MOV column gives ratees and raters lists of documents that can prove the teacher's attainment of objectives. They have been judicially selected to show evidence of attainment of objectives. Teachers gather, select, organize, and annotate MOV to help raters in assessing teacher performance. And number 7, performance indicators. This part provides the exact quantification of objectives, which shall serve as the assessment tool that gauges whether performance is positive or negative based on DepEd Order number 2, series of 2015. In the RPMS tools, the performance indicators provide descriptions of quality and quantity given 5 performance levels. 5 outstanding, 4 very satisfactory, 3 satisfactory, 2 unsatisfactory, and 1 poor. In the RPMS cycle, a teacher's classroom performance is assessed against the indicators of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. The results of classroom observation are non-negotiable evidence of teacher performance that can prove the teacher's attainment of classroom observable objectives in the RPMS tools. There are 2 classroom observation tools for RPMS, COT RPMS, 1 for the teachers 1 to 3, proficient, and 1 for master teachers 1 to 4, highly proficient. The indicators in the tools are the observable classroom objectives listed in the RPMS tools. The language of the indicators is from the proficient career stage in the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. The COT RPMS is composed of 4 forms. First, rubric. Second, observation notes form. Third, rating sheet. And fourth, inter-observer agreement form. Each form is used at a specific stage in the observation process. The rubric contains a performance continuum for each career stage. For teacher 1 to 3 with levels 3 to 7, the expected attained level is at least level 6, consolidating. For master teacher 1 to 4 with levels 4 to 8, the expected attained level is at least level 7, integrating. Observation notes form. The observer uses this form to take note of his or her specific observations and comments during the classroom observation. This is the only form the observer will bring and complete during the observation. COT RPMS rating sheet. This form lists the indicators in the COT RPMS tool. The observer uses this form to indicate the rating or level attained in each indicator by the observed teacher. This form is completed after the observation. Take note that only 3 indicators are observable in both proficient teachers and highly proficient teachers. COT RPMS Inter-Observer Agreement Form. Observer uses this form. It serves as the final rating form used during the Inter-Observer Agreement exercise. To arrive at an agreed rating, each observer discusses and justifies the ratings given to the observed teacher. The agreed rating is not the average of the ratings given, but the rating agreed upon by all the observers. Muchísimas gracias. This is Dan Apat Jr. saying, no hay cosa imposible, cree, junto, puede.
Thank you very much, Sir Danilo S. Apat Jr. Okay. Okay pa ba tayo dyan? Awake pa ba tayo lahat? Okay. I would like to greet our Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Roy C. Tubalya. Sir, good morning. Okay. We also would like to say hello once again to Sir J. S. Montealto. Sir, good morning. To our RPMS team and facilitators, good morning, good morning. And Ma'am Norma is here. Ma'am Norm, good morning. And we also have here the different viewers as well joining. They're still awake. Good morning again. We have Ma'am Angeli Lloso from Giwan Elementary School. Good morning. Ma'am Rowena Barcelona from Islamia Elementary School. Mary Ann Curato from Zamboanga City High School. Maria Teresa Taroza from Truan National. Rosalie Rojas from Zamboanga City High School West. Okay, good morning. Dulce Marie Manuel from Pasilmanta Elementary School. Good morning, ma'am. We also have Jasmine Doctolero from San Roque Elementary School. Crizel James Bustillo. Thank you, thank you. Yingtao Constantino. Cheryl O. Constantino from Zamboanga City High School West. Wow, daming viewers. We also have Ma'am Jupe Partosa from Upper Pasonamca. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Noreen Catis from Regional Science High School. We also have Ma'am Cheryl Santiago from Don Pablo Lorenzo Memorial. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Verna Cruzat from Putik Central. Wow, we have a perfect attendance from all the districts. We also have with us Ma'am Olga Guevara from Tuan Datu. Good morning, ma'am. And with her 4 strong winds of Taluksangay District. Wow. Wow, we have here Ma'am Rachel Abadis from Bualan Central School. We also have here from Kawit Elementary School, headed by Ma'am Cecilia Serna. Pakigreet kami. Good morning. Okay, good morning, good morning. Okay. So, we also have Sir Alimar Barahim from Sinunok National High School. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Alali Dasilio. Okay. Present po kami, ma'am. Oh, wow. Present na present talaga. We also have Ma'am Catherine Betonga from Sambowood Elementary School. We have Ma'am Florencia Basira, Zamboanga City High School, Maine. We also have with us Ma'am Rosita Gregorio from Vitali National High School. Ma'am, good morning. Good morning. We also have Ma'am Mila Baraka from Culiana National High School. Okay, we also have here Ma'am Jezebel Ehambre Watching from Maria Clara Lorenzo National High School. Okay. We also have here Maria Lisa Dumagpi from Talon Central, Spain. Okay. Ma'am Aleli Dasilio from Kadalagan Elementary School. Ma'am, good morning. Okay. So, we move on to our next speakers. They will be talking about the ESAT tools. Please help me welcome Ms. Genevieve G. Coulomb, SDO ITO Officer, and Mr. Julius A. Cruz from Recodo National High School. Take it away.
Good day, fellow educators. Today I am going to show you the steps on how to fill up the electronic self-assessment tool for RPMS school year 2020-2021. I am Genevieve G. Coulomb, Information Technology Officer of this division. What is Electronic Self-Assessment Tool or ESAT? The ESAT is an electronic version of the SAT for RPMS. It is a self-assessment tool that helps teachers reflect on the different objectives related to their professional work. The tool supports schools in analyzing school-wide SAT data for teachers to help plan for teachers' professional development. The result of the self-assessment will guide teachers of which RPMS objectives they must improve and the areas where they need coaching and mentoring. What are the roles and responsibilities of the different key personnel for the ESAT of 2020-2021? The following personnel are involved: teachers, school ICT coordinators or department heads, school heads, and the SGOD, HRD personnel. For teachers, the teachers will take the ESAT and answer it with utmost honesty, and then print the result of the ESAT and keep record of the printout. Later, submit the soft copy of the ESAT file to department head or ICT coordinator and or school head. They're going to prepare the IPCRF development plan based on the ESAT and discuss it with the school head to come up with a final development plan. For school ICT coordinator or department heads, they will assist the school head in the following: opening the ESAT survey file, collecting ESAT survey file for all teachers, generating summary result of teachers' self-assessment, submitting school-wide ESAT data to the school's division office. For school heads, with the assistance of the school ICT coordinator or department head, they are going to facilitate the administration of the ESAT and generate summary result of teachers' assessment, and later analyze and utilize the result of teachers' self-assessment in designing development programs and activities for teachers at the school level. And they are going to discuss with the teacher the finalization of their IPCRF development plan and submit the consolidated school-wide ESAT data and school development plan to the SDO. For SGOD HRD's personnel, they are to collect the summary results of all schools in the division, then generate division-level summary results of teachers as self-assessment, analyze and utilize the results of teachers' self-assessment in designing development programs and activities for teachers at the division level. This time, let's focus our attention on how to fill up the ESAT form, which will be demonstrated by Sir Julius Cruz, Teacher 3 of Recodo National High School. Let's watch this.
Thank you, Ma'am Genevieve Coulomb. our Division IT Officer. Now for the following session is a demonstration on how to download the DepEd prescribed ESAT package for school year 2020-2021. It also includes detailed procedures on how to complete the electronic self-assessment tool and an additional demonstration guide for schools' ICT coordinators and department heads on how to consolidate all the collected ESAT files from the teachers. Now, in downloading the ESAT package from the Google Shared Drive, you just have to right-click the file, and then from the list of options, select Download. As you can see, the DepEd prescribed ESAT package is being downloaded. By default, all downloaded files are found in our Download folder. Copy the newly downloaded file by right-clicking, then select Copy, then paste the file in our desktop. Right-click, then paste. After placing the file in your desktop, please remember, do not open the ESAT tool directly from the compressed folder. We need to extract first the DepEd prescribed ESAT package. In extracting, you just have to right-click the file, and then from the options, select Extract here. As you can see, there is an additional folder that will appear besides your DepEd prescribed ESAT package. Open the DepEd prescribed ESAT package by double-clicking. You can find a subfolder School Year 2020-2021. Double-click that folder. Inside that folder, you can see the DepEd prescribed ESAT School Year 2020-2021 tool together with consolidation folder. This Excel file is the only thing that we need for the survey. Now, if you are the ICT coordinator of the school or the department head, you need this file to give to the teacher for them to complete. Or you can share this file in the school's GC account for teachers who are working from home. Now, before opening the file, we need to create a copy of the file that would serve as a backup copy. So in creating a backup copy, you just have to right-click the file, and then from the options, select Copy, then right-click, Paste. Now, after copying the file, we have to rename the file. When we rename the file, we have to follow the file naming convention. So right-click the file, then select from the option Rename. Now, we don't have to delete all the names of the file name. We just have to add on the last part the department in which we belong to. If you are an elementary teacher, you just have to type ELEM for elementary. For junior high school teacher, it's JHS. For senior high school, it's SHS, followed by the hyphen, then the last name of the teacher. These are all in capital letter, then comma. Don't forget the space, then type the given name of the teacher. Now, for teachers who have more than one name, you need to type all your names, then separate that one with a space. Now, after you type the name following the file naming convention, press Enter. Once we're done renaming the file, we are now ready to open the file and complete our electronic self-assessment tool. So in opening, you just have to double-click the file, the one with your name on it. Once you open the DepEd prescribed ESAT, there is a yellow notification bar that you can find just under the menu bar, which states that the file is protected. So what you're going to do is just to click the button Enable Editing. So after you click Enable Editing, Another message will prompt stating that the file macros have been disabled. Security warning, macros have been disabled. So you just have to click enable content. So once again, do not forget that when you open the file, you have to click the button enable editing and then enable content. Okay, so that the macros will work. Okay, now we're done to complete our ESAT. So there, you just have to scroll down, click the button start. So the first thing that will appear is a privacy notice. I authorize the personnel of the Department of Education to collect, process, retain, and dispose of my personal information in accordance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Just scroll down, click the button agree. So this is now the interface of the electronic self-assessment tool for school year 2020-2021. The first part is the demographic profile. So by default, this interface is suited for teacher 1 to teacher 3 or the so-called proficient teachers. Now, if in case you are a master teacher, first you have to change the position. Find that one just below the name of the employee. It's a drop-down list. So when you click, a button will appear. Just click that one. Then select, look for master teacher. Then select master teacher. So if you notice that the interface color will also change. It will turn into a sky blue background. Now this one is suited for the highly proficient teachers. So again, once again, if you are a teacher 1, teacher 2, by default, the background is colored green for proficient teacher. So for highly proficient teacher, you just have to change first the position. Okay. Now, let us first input the necessary information in the demographic profile. Okay. First, we need to input the name of the employee. So when you click the name of the employee, there is a comment that will appear indicating the format in how you type the name. So it should be all capital letter, then last name followed by the comma, then the first name. So let us first try to input an entry as an example. Then for your middle initial only, okay, since the position is already selected, you have to click for the employment status. It's a drop-down list. So you just have to select from the list of choices. For the age, it's still a drop-down list. No need to type. Just have to select the range, the age of the range. For the sex, it's the same. You just have to select from the list. The numbers of years in teaching, this is common in the field wherein teachers are asking, do they need to include the years when they were teaching in private schools? So it states here that the years in teaching, which includes the public and private. So you just have to click the drop-down list, then select the number of years. Now for the highest degree obtained, it's a drop-down list. So it's either a bachelor's degree, master's degree, or a doctorate degree. So you just have to select. But for the second option, you have to specify which degree or what degree. So you just have to type. In this case, you can use the title case, meaning the first letter is capital to make it more. Yeah. You just have to follow, example. Then for the grade level taught, it's a drop-down list. So you have to select first one from the list of options, whether you are a teacher of kindergarten, elementary, junior high school, or the senior high school. Now, for my case, I'm a senior high school teacher. Now, for the region, okay, you can use the scroll, but you can see clearly the arrow. So you can click the arrow. It's a list of options. You just have to select by scrolling down from the list, Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula. Then for the division, it states here that you have to type the division. So same. So capital letter first, Zamboanga City. Okay. Now for the school ID, so it's also indicate here that you have to type the school ID. Okay, so if in case that your school doesn't have any ID, please use the ID of your mother school if you're an extended school. Okay, so example, that one. For the school name, we have to type the complete name of the school. No abbreviation on this part. Next, see to it, guys, that all the input data on this part is correct because this will help in consolidating your ESAT. So for the curricular classification, it's a drop-down list. You have to specify what does your school caters. In our case, it's grade 7 to grade 10, then grade 11 to grade 12. So you have to clearly specify the curricular classification of your school. Now for the area of specialization, on this part, what was written in your plantilla when you were hired? So if you are a mathematics teacher, so you have to select mathematics. So in my case, I'm a mathematics teacher and also a TVL teacher. I can also specify if it's not indicated. Now for the subject taught, this is based on what subject that you're teaching now. So if you're a teacher teaching other subject, you have to specify, okay, by just checking. Okay. Then after filling up the information in your demographic profile, you have to double check if the informations are correct. Okay, because this information here will help in consolidating your ESAT 5. Then click the button next. Here in the part 2, on the objectives, we just have to tick the option button based on the level of capability and the priority for development. Please read and select on the level of capability if you already have this particular attributes. So like for example, number 1.1, applied knowledge of contents within and across curriculum teaching areas. So if in case you think that you are already capable of this one, so you can select from the list of choices. It's either low, moderate, high, and very high. Now for the priority for development, if you want this one to further develop, so you have to select what priority. Is it the same as high? So by indicating on the objectives the level of capability that the teacher possesses and also the priority for development, this data will help our school head to more or less plan out the professional development plan for teachers. So I'll be just selecting as an example for this one. Once again, you have to completely select all. So this is just an example, but in your case, you have to read properly and select honestly. Okay. So in my case, I am just testing everything if it's working. So like that. I would select all of it. Okay. This is only an example, but on your case, please do read. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the level of capability is high. There is no more priority for development. Okay, so you can still set that one as priority if you still think that you need to further develop on that area. So example, these are only examples po, so you have to read properly. So if in case you miss answering one particular objective and then you click the button next, you notice that there is a message box that will appear indicating that you must complete selecting the rating for the level of capability and priority for development on each of the objectives. Just have to click OK, then look for that one. Okay. Now, after selecting all the objectives based on the level of capability, you have an option here. If you want to share some personal comments about your practice and the objectives on this page, you can just double click this particular box here and then type your personal comment. If there's none, you can click the button next. So for part 3, this is the core behavioral competencies. Okay, so instructions, please tick the box of the competency indicators that you demonstrated during the performance cycle. We have done this one in our IPCR app, so it's the same. So you have first the self-management. The same po, you have to read and try to answer honestly. Okay. Now, if you already have this behavior, so you can check. These are only example po under professionalism and ethics. Example for the result focus. All your data will be analyzed later on, and then from the analysis, we can more or less generate what particular topic that the teacher needs for the professional development. Commonly, the topics are being introduced in our ESAT. Okay, so these are only example. Then you click Save. Now, once you click the button Save, you will be redirected to the preview of the file. So in here, you have to check the data that you supply if they are correct. So check the region, the division, the school if it's correct, the curricular classification, the grade level taught. All of this data on the first part is important for in consolidating the ESAT. Now, also double check the functional objectives if you're able to input correctly, including the part 3 for the core behavioral competencies. Now, as you notice, there are no back buttons. So once you click the button Save, your file is already locked. That is why it's advisable to have a backup copy before you start completing your ESAT. If in case there are problems in the data and you already have clicked the button Save, you can still redo it again. Okay? So if you notice there are options here on top, the button Print and Finish. So once after you check all the data and you see that they are already correct, you can click Print to have a hard copy of this electronic self-assessment tool. Then, if you're done, you can click the button Finish. So when you click the button Finish, you will be prompted asking you to supply passwords. So for the password, please do not forget the password. Okay, it's also advisable that you can more or less inform your ICT coordinator the password that you have inputted, because there are cases that people forgot their password. And then later on, it's very hard for us to double check the file if we want to print a hard copy of the file. So after you supply the password, you can click the button Finalized. Remember, your ESAT file will not be consolidated if in case you forgot to finalize it. So you will see once you click the button Finalize, this particular view will appear indicating that the survey has been completed. So there's a button view. The purpose of the password is when you click the view here, the password, you need to input the password so that we can preview your output and print it again. That's the main purpose of the password. Now, we're done with the survey. Do not forget to close the file. Save it first, then close the file. So, once you're done answering the survey, this file that you have completed is the one that you're going to submit to your school ICT coordinator or the department head. You can send this one via email or through the GC account of the school so that the school ICT coordinator can consolidate the file. Now, collecting and generating of summary results of the ESAT data. This is now the role of the department head, the school's ICT personnel, and the school head. Number 1, collect accomplished ESAT files from all the teachers. So you have to check if file names are distinct, that no files can be overwritten. Okay, they do follow the correct naming conventions. Then open each file if it shows the survey completed page. Okay, the survey completed for page. Then you have to see to it that all teachers were able to submit their ESAT files ensure 100% submission before consolidating. Now, after you're able to check all the files, the file format, they're correct, all the files are completed, we are now going to copy all the files of the same department. You have to double check. Once again, it's copy, so that you still have a backup copy of the file once there are problems when in consolidating the file. So select all the same department file, then right-click, copy. Open the consolidation folder found in your DepEd prescribed ESAT package. As you can see, there are 3 departments here. So you have to select the appropriate department. So since the files that I have copied came from the junior high school department, so I have to place it inside the junior high school folder. So right-click, you have to select paste. So all the files now are placed in the correct folder. Okay. So we are now ready to consolidate the junior high school ESAT files of the teachers. So before opening the ESAT consolidation file for school year 2020-2021 of the junior high school, always see to it that you create a backup copy. So right-click, copy, then right-click, paste. In renaming the file, you just have to right-click and then choose rename. You don't have to delete everything. You just have to add the last part of the name, the school ID, space, followed by the name of the school. Here you can use already the abbreviation. Okay. Now, there are cases wherein the school ID or schools doesn't have yet their school ID. That is why it's better to write the name of the school, because you're going to follow the school ID of your mother's school or the main school. So in this case, the school ID, then followed by the name of the school. Okay, then press enter so that the files will not be overwritten when the division will consolidate all the files. So after you rename the file, it's now time to open the ESAT consolidation for school year 2020-2021 under the junior high school. Okay, open the file. Since this file is downloaded also from the internet, you have to enable editing. So here it says on the yellow notification bar that the file is protected. So you have to enable editing. So after you enable editing, you also have to enable the macros. Macros have been disabled, so you have to enable them. So don't forget, it's the same procedure. You have to enable editing, then enable macros. So you have to double check first that the file that you open is the ESAT consolidation form for the school year 2020-2021 and the department is correct, junior high school department. So you are consolidating at the level of the school since all the data came from your school only. So school, then do not forget to type the name of the school. Here you can type this one in all capital letter and no abbreviation. So you have to type the complete name of the school. Then don't forget the school ID. Okay. And double check, see to it that the school ID is correct before consolidating. So there is more or less 2 buttons here. One is the consolidate button and then the finalize button. The status now is open. There is a note below that says here that the total number of records for the proficient teacher is 0. For the highly proficient teacher is also 0. Total is 0. So once you're done supplying the needed information on the consolidation level, the school name, and the school ID, you're now going to click the consolidate button. So when you click the consolidate button, a message will prompt. You are about to start the consolidation process. Do not interrupt the process once it started. Make sure to close all other Excel workbook before proceeding. Do you want to continue? Okay, I did not open any other workbook, only the ESAT consolidation form. Okay, so you can click the yes button. So if you notice, the consolidation process progress bar is being displayed, and there are 42 files to complete. So the number or how fast the consolidation progress will depend upon the number of files that you're trying to consolidate, and also how fast is your computer. Once the consolidation process is complete, a message will appear indicating the number of files successfully consolidated and locked. If there are problems in the file of the teacher, like for example, the mismatch in curricular classification, it will also be indicated in the message. So after you're done, successfully consolidated the file, you just have to click OK. After you click OK, you will be redirected to the demographic summary. So in here, you can double check if the data are correct. So you have proficient teachers, 42. So you can also check the summary of the proficient teachers in terms of their level of capability and priority for development. And so with the summary for the highly proficient teachers. And also there's a tab here for the summary for the part 3 for the core behavioral competencies. All of this data will be analyzed by our school head in order to generate a professional development plan for the teachers that will be done during our ESAT. Once you're done, you save the file, then close the file, and then always double check the file naming convention of the file. Now this particular file will be the one that you're going to send to the HRDC for the division consolidation. If there are problems in the file while consolidating, you can check the log found in the department folder. So you just have to double click the folder, scroll down. You can see that there is a log file here. You can right click this one and open this one in a notepad. So here you can see if there are problems in the file. So far, all the files were successfully consolidated and locked. That's why it's better if you have a backup copy of the file of the teachers before you consolidate. Now, if there are problems in the file, at least you have a backup copy. So you can just return the file that has a problem, and then ask the teacher to resubmit the file, and then reconsolidate the file again. Now, I hope I was able to provide a detailed procedure how you're going to consolidate all the collected ESAT files from the teachers. Now, this is Julius A. Cruz, a teacher from Recodo National High School, saying thank you and be safe. Back to you, Ma'am Jen.
There you go and have seen the process on how to accomplish the ESAT form. The generation and analysis of summary results for ESAT data for both schools and division levels, and the tool to support this shall be provided to our school heads and the division HRD personnel at a later time. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Genevieve Gulong together with Julius Cruz saying, no hay cosa imposible, cree, junto junto, puede.
Okay, thank you very much, Genevieve G. Coulomb and Mr. Julius A. Cruz. So our teachers and participants in this orientation will be fully aware of the ESA tool. Okay, thank you very much. So we have a lot of greetings. Okay, we would like to greet Manika National High School teachers, head teachers, and the master teachers. Hello. And then we also have with us Ma'am Irene Betuyato from Sangali ES. Good morning. National High School. Okay. Sangali National High School. We also have with us Ma'am Jade Luis Perez from Cabaluay Elementary School. Good morning. We also have with us Estela Florentino. Good morning. And then we also have Jess Ehan Santos from Namca Elementary School. Good morning. We have with us here Sir Genaro Caluyo and Ma'am Nolita Caluyo from Don Pablo. Good morning. We also have here Sir Chris Buhayan. Good morning. Okay pa, ma'am? Okay pa sila. Okay. So, awake and kicking. Still alive and kicking. Sabi ni Ma'am Vivian. Okay. We also have here Pat Lawrence from Southcombe National High School. Good morning. We have here Ma'am Marisa Castro from Ramon Enriquez National High School. Okay. We also have Sir Lemuel Francisco. Sir, good morning. And then we also have Georgina Sapinoso from Zamboanga City High School, Maine. Ma'am Rizalina Infante, good morning. Ma'am Socorro Maravilla from Ramon Enriquez National High School. We also have Sir Sajid Habil from Imelda ES. Sir, good morning. Okay, we also have Sir Luigi Medina, Jihan Abdullah from Tagasilay and the OICPSDS of Tagasilay District. Good morning. Sir Adriano Siason Jr. from Don Pablo. Morning, sir. Okay. Okay, good morning, good morning. So we move on to our next sessions. We have the frequently asked questions. Please help me welcome Mr. Job Erico E. Aragon. Sir?
Buenos días a todos. Good morning, fellow educators. Let's continue to the orientation on the results-based performance management system for school year 2020-2021. I am Dr. Job Erico E. Aragon, Public Schools District Supervisor for Labuan District, this division. I welcome you to this orientation. What are the frequently asked questions on the alternative classroom observations for RPMS school year 2020-2021? The topics that I will be discussing to you is in relation to the frequently asked questions on the alternative classroom observations, focusing on the general questions, online observations, observation of a video lesson, and observation of a demonstration teaching via Learning Action Cell. Frequently asked questions for general question. Question: what are the alternative classroom observations for school year 2020-2021? Answer: there are three modes of observation for school year 2020-2021, namely, online observation for option 1, observation of a video lesson for option 2, and observation of a demonstration teaching via LAC for option 3. Frequently asked questions for general question. Question: who or what will determine the mode of observation? Answer: the modality adopted by the teacher will determine the mode of observation. Question: can I shift between modes of observation? Answer: no. Use only one mode of observation for the entire year. Question: how many observations are required for school year 2020-2021? Answer: Only 2 observations are required. Frequently asked questions for online observation. Question: I only have 1 online class with 5 learners in a week. Does online observation apply to me? Answer: yes. Online observation applies to teachers adopting online synchronous learning regardless of the number of classes and learners. Question: does online observation apply to blended learning? Answer: yes, as long as online synchronous learning is one of your modalities in blended learning. Question: what if my online class was cut off due to intermittent internet connection during my scheduled observation? Can I reschedule the online observation? Answer: yes, you can reschedule the observation with your observer or observers. Other factors outside the performance of the teacher, such as poor internet connection and sudden power outage, should not be graded against the teacher. Question: can I submit a recording of my online teaching if my internet is perennially unstable? Answer: yes, this can be discussed with your observer or observers. Frequently asked questions for observation of a video lesson. Question: how do I create a video lesson? Answer: you record yourself while teaching a lesson using any video recording device. Question: can I submit a video lesson that is not used in any of my classes? Answer: no. A video lesson must have been used in your lesson delivery as part of your supplementary materials or as one of your learning materials for online asynchronous learning. Question: can TV-based instruction be used as a video lesson for observation? Answer: no. The video lesson is a teacher-made learning materials used for online asynchronous learning. Question: how do I let my observers access my video lesson intended for observation? Answer: give your observers access to the storage cloud, example, Google Drive, or any storage device, example, flash drive, where the video lesson is saved. You can also give access to your online classroom, example, Google Classroom, or a learning management system where the video lesson is uploaded. Frequently asked questions for observation of a demonstration teaching via Learning Action Cell. Question: in what learning modality does observation of a demonstration teaching via Learning Action Cell apply? Answer: this mode of observation applies to purely modular learning, print or digital radio-based instruction, and TV-based instruction. Question: why is LAC utilized for teaching observation? Answer: this may be the best time to use LAC as an opportunity for both ratees and observers to discuss collegially strategies in improving the teaching and learning processes, especially in addressing challenges in learning delivery brought by the pandemic. Muchísimas gracias. Again, this is Dr. Job Erico E. Aragon saying, no hay cosa imposible, cree, junto, puede.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir John Erico Aragon. So we move on to our next session.
Next session.
We have the open forum Please help me welcome Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr., Chief Education Supervisor for the HOD. Sir?
Thank you, Ma'am Rosrin. Okay, so we are happy to note all our colleagues in the Department of Education, Zamboanga City Division, for participating in this virtual orientation. Of course, we would like to acknowledge first the members of the team. We have with me, who are actually with me in the CID room, Ma'am Gloria, the quadrant head for 1.1, Sir Brutas, the OICP STSO Pulianan, and then we have also principals, Sir Ricardo Ramiro, Sir Sosimo Beira, Sir Sherwin Saavedra, and of course, Sir Rodel Manlangit. We would also like to acknowledge those who did not join us in this orientation, especially with us here at the CID room. Si Sir Aguana, si Sir Apak, and Mirna Cabanes, sino pa ba? Sir Aragon, Dr. Mondehar, and the rest, si Ma'am Bianga, of course si Rosrin, si Ma'am Norma, si Ma'am Kulog, si Sir Michael, si Sir Julius, and Mr. Natividad also joined us last time during our orientation. Of course, we would also like to acknowledge our superintendent, Sir Roy Tuballa, and our assistant superintendent, Sir J. Monte Alto, for joining us today in this orientation. Okay, Rosrin, do we have some questions that we would like that we will answer from our participants today? Can you give us our other questions?
Yes, sir. We have questions. We have from Estela Florentino, sir. Her question is, can I use my MOBs as plus factor if I already use it in objective 2, 3, 4 as writer?
Rosrin, I cannot hear you, Rosrin.
Hello, sir?
I cannot really hear you. Please.
Oh, how about this one, sir?
Okay, sige.
Okay.
Nagpi-feedback.
Feedback? Okay na, sir? Okay. Can I use my MOBs? Klaro na, sir? Can you hear me?
Volume palta.
Ano si volume?
Saan ito si Jutay?
Ite?
Klaro na, sir?
Sandali lang, Rosa.
Ito big volume.
Sir, klaro?
Ali, as ito dito volume, makahina.
For a while.
Mamatay na ganun. Kasi ka-auto sa microphone. Ano na volume ng
Okay, sir? Okay, sir. The question is, can I use my MOVs as plus factor if I already use it in my objective 2, 3, or 4 as writer?
Hello, Rosrin.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. First question, sir. Can I use my MOVs as plus factor if I already used it in objective 2, 3, and 4 as writer?
Okay, so we actually have distinct MOB for plus factor. So even those MOBs coming from other indicators will not be applicable in our plus factor MOB. Pagit ang kuha. Hello, Rose.
Okay, sir. Our next question, sir, from Anthony Dean, for MOV, sir. If we
Yes,
have
po.
our online class and we invite our colleagues to observe our teaching, learning activities, do we need to ask permission from our department head and school head?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Another question, sir. A new question from Ma'am Janet Karaikele. For Sir Job Erico. Sir, why we cannot use two different learning modalities in a classroom observation for this school year?
Okay, with regards to that, Rose, Roswin, it is stipulated in the DepEd order na we will only use one modalities for classroom observation. Nakasulat po doon sa DepEd order na yan.
Okay, sir. We have another question from Ma'am Gemma Noche Franca, sorry. What IPCRF will be utilized to those head teachers who still have teaching load?
Okay. Meron tayong yung IPCRF na especially na may teaching load, gamitin pa rin yung mga tawag nitong yung COT plus yung administrative task. Hindi yung pwede na lahat lang administrative task and hindi kasali doon ang
a head teacher.
yes,
Should
a head
the
teacher.
department head of one subject be the rater of a master teacher from another subject?
Hello.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Rose. Can you hear me, Rose?
Yes, sir.
Pero hindi kita marinig. I cannot really hear you kasi ang
This
ang
one,
hina
sir.
ng kuwan.
Okay na, sir? Hello, sir?
Next question.
Okay, next question, sir.
Hindi mo man lang kumiho.
Ito kasi ang post.
Sir, we have another question, sir.
Yes,
Sino yan?
Ano ba ito? Ang principal. Tinanong mo yan, ano? Hindi pa?
Sir June?
Tinanong mo yan? Wala pa. Wala pa. Iba pa. You're the head teacher. Is a department head. Ibig sabihin, walang role ngayon ang head teacher.
Sir June, we have another question.
Meron.
Yes, po.
Ang rater ang head teacher ng teacher 1, teacher 2, pwede mag-rate.
Yes, Rose.
Okay, Sir June?
Yes po, yes po.
Sir, we have another question. Can we give credits to illustrators in the plus factor area?
Remember, we actually have MOVs that is only intended for plus factors. If those MOVs not included in as this in the MOVs, so therefore it will not be credited. Pero at least we would also give the leeway for our raters to consider those effort that were actually rendered by our teachers. If the teachers really rendered those mga activities, our teachers will be given plus factor for that. Hello, Rose.
Hello, sir.
Yes po.
That's the last question, sir.
Rose, gusto ko lang palbalikan yung kaninang tanong kung sakasakali ba ang head teacher ay anong gagamitin niyang IPCRF, di ba? So
Yes,
remember, as a head teacher with teaching load, dapat gamitin din niya yung indicators for COT and at the same time plus yung administrative function niya. Hindi lahat po administrative function ang nakalagay doon, but of course, the head teachers will have to include also a part of his or her IPCRF, the indicators of the highly proficient teacher. Yung kaninang tanong kasi hindi ko talaga na-articulate because I cannot really hear the question. So maybe another question, Rose.
That's the only question, sir. Can we give credits to illustrators in the plus factor area, sir?
I think so. We can give credit to that. Of course, the teacher will have to attach a certificate of appreciation or recognitions informing the school head that the teacher himself or herself is actually part of the illustrator.
We have another question, sir. Would the head teacher, who is a department head of one subject, be the rater of master teacher from another subject? For example, a head teacher in English will be the rater of a master teacher in math.
I think no. Hindi pwede po kasi depende. The head teacher can rate a specific department but not be a rater of another department. The head teacher can only be a rater and all the teachers under his department, but this head teacher cannot rate other department. But of course for elementary level, hindi po walang problema, pero we are talking about high school because high school we have different head teachers. We have head teachers in English, mathematics, science. If a head teacher in science, this head teacher can only be the rater for science teachers but not be a rater for English teachers. Hindi yun po pwede. Pero sa elementary walang problema kasi the elementary is generic or general ang scope. The scope is actually generic, so it would not be really a problem for elementary head teachers.
Okay, sir, we have another question. If a teacher uses purely modular as her teaching modality, can he or she have her video CO? From Estela.
Excuse me, Rosrin, I did not really hear.
Again, sir, if a teacher uses purely modular as her teaching modality, can he or she have her video CO?
I think the teacher will have to use the modular using the lock session. So the teacher will be inviting all colleagues to be part of the lock session, and that's the time the teacher will have to demo as one of the classroom observation. But of course, the demo that will be the lesson that will be used is actually the lesson intended for that week.
We have another question, sir, from Sir Rogen Jahari. Pleasant morning. So, on class observation via lock sessions, are we allowed to conduct class observation outside the lock sessions?
No.
Example, faculty meetings?
No. A lock session will be a lock session. It's not part of the meeting. It will be a different venue where all the teachers are gathered together, and of course having one teacher who will be facilitating the demo. The observers will be there to observe the proceedings of the demonstration, but of course it will not be held during a meeting because a meeting is a different venue. So it will definitely be during the lock session.
Yes, sir. We have another question from Ma'am Yellow Angel. What is the significance and the focus of RPMS in this time of pandemic?
Again.
What is the significance and focus of RPMS in this time of pandemic?
Okay, so I think that's very basic. We are actually conducting this RPMS is just actually to help assist our teachers. So I think the significance of why we have this IPCRM, that's actually measuring our competency and of course in the delivery of instruction. And the reasons why we are having this one is the purpose is really to facilitate and help assist our teachers, especially this during pandemic. Pandemic is actually a different scenario, but of course we really have to consider that our teachers really need assistance. This is the right time for the school heads and the raters to assist our teachers.
Teachers, we have another question. Does a master teacher with approved action research be given a plus factor?
Okay, I think that you have that teacher has to go back again. What are the lists of MOBs that can be included as pass factor? If those MOBs are not part of the plus factor, therefore it will not be credited.
We have another question, sir. In their case, from Ma'am Edna Natividad, in their case, we have 3 master teachers. Are we exempted from the rule, sir, that if a master teacher is a non-major of a particular subject area, she can't observe a non-major subject area?
Yes, for content-wise.
We also have another question from Sir Joseph Agustin. Can a same MOB be used for 2 indicators? That seems applicable to both.
Yes, the answer is yes.
We have another question, sir. If in case the department, there are master teachers and head teacher, who will be the rater for the teachers in the department?
Okay, so all of them actually raters because they will be establishing the enter-rater. So lahat po sila pwede mag-rater pero because right after the observation, the raters will have to agree as to what would definitely be the rating of the teacher. So lahat sila pwede maging rater pero they will have to agree at the end of the observation as to what definitely be the rating of the teacher. Hindi lang yung po pwede na isa lang. Lahat naman sila ay rater. Pero ang the one who will appear sa signature doon is the master teacher. Kanina, di ba sinabi kanina, who will be the signatories in the IPCRF. But if the question is who are the raters, all of them are raters. But of course, this will be subjected to inter-rater agreement.
Sir, another question from Olga Guevara. No more target for the number of teachers to be observed per month as long as all of them undergo CO for the targeted 2 months?
I think that will be referred to the CID as to what definitely be the target for our teachers. For as long as our target that all our teachers will be observed or will be given technical assistance or will be giving a classroom observation. I think that would be a very good one, a very good target.
We have another question, sir. Clarifications regarding coordinatorship as plus factor for school or district. If school, so all my teachers have coordinatorship, they have plus factor.
Ibalik ko ring tanong, is that included as one of the MOBs of the plus factors? If it's not included, therefore it's not be credited.
We have another question from Rosaline Toledo. Ma'am Rosaline, can we have 2 COT to be used during LAC demo?
The answer is no, because we have scheduled from January to March 1 CO, and then April to May another, April to June another CO. So therefore there would be a separate demo. But with a different teacher will be doing the demo for during that LAC. Pero ang isang teacher hindi pwede.
We also have a question from Ma'am Elena Balan. Kailangan pa ba namin mag-submit ng proposal para sa CO na gagawin via LAC?
I think hindi na po kailangan maggawa ng kwan. I think there's no need for Ma'am Balan to submit proposal because LAC is actually mandated to hold every week or every Friday, because this is one way to at least help our teachers.
We have another question, sir, from Sir James Ryan Amamampang. For clarification, for option 3 on the alternative modes of CO via LAC, do we need to submit separate proposal for this purpose, applying the principle and process of LAC?
No need of submitting another proposal.
Another question, sir, from Ma'am Estela Florentino. Can we use the certificates in webinar as MOB acquired last June 2020?
If it is, I think hindi na po siya po pwede kasi last year pa man na yun. Kasi ang coverage ng ating rating is from October to June this year. So if the webinar was acquired last June 2020, I think that's no longer being included.
We also have another question, sir, from Ms. Agnes Taro. What if the demo teacher wants to have his or her demo teaching in separate room, not in the LAC session room? Is it allowed?
Hindi po.
We also have another question from Grace Adil. We already submitted our SLAC proposal last January and we are waiting for its approval. Is there a need for us to make another proposal for the purpose of the CO for RPMS?
I think for Ma'am Adil, she will only make some revision of the proposal because during the LAC session, the teacher will have to conduct demo based on the topics, the subjects, or the competencies that is really intended for that week. So the teacher cannot use any competencies to demo if it's not actually the lessons intended for that week. So that's why there is a need for these teachers to the school heads to make some revisions in the submitted proposal of the LAC.
Sir, we have another question from Sir Alain Katis. Who will do the CO, the MT or department head?
Both MT and head teachers, including principals, are to conduct CO. Hindi po pwede na ang master teachers lang. Kung walang head teacher, master teacher, and the principal. If there is no master teacher, and there is available head teacher, the head teacher and the principal. Because both would definitely conduct or hold classroom observation.
Another question from Olga Vivara. For the big school, can we have the SLAC any day, not only Friday, since only 2 months is given to us for CO?
I think that has to be referred to the CID because they are the one who is approving the LAC session. So we have to ask siguro Ma'am Leila, being the OIC chief, if she will allow to have more number of LAC session in a week. I think I cannot answer on that. That will be referred to Ma'am Leila.
if he or if they will allow 2 days in a week. Pero Roslyn, no, going back to that question,
Yes, sir.
why not also use other modalities? Why we always stick to modular? If there are cases that online or synchronous instruction can also be used, maybe we can also use and adapt that kind of CO.
We have another question, sir, from Elaine Katis. Can the department head do the CO and rate teachers 1 to 3? Together with the school
Again,
days.
ma'am.
Again,
Again,
sir.
ma'am.
Okay, sir. From Elaine Katis, can the department head do the CO and rate teachers 1 to 3?
What is that? What route 1, 2, 3 all about?
Teachers 1 to 3. Can the department head do the CO and rate teachers 1 to 3?
I cannot also decipher what does he mean about 1, 2, 3. Ano ba yung 1, 2, 3? I cannot
Rating.
stop.
Rating for teachers.
Rating for teachers?
Yes, sir. Rating for teachers 1 to 3.
Ano yung ano? Are we referring to indicators or are we referring to the rating?
The rating. I think often the department head do the CO and rating.
I think that's actually the call of the rater as the performance of the rating during the CO. If there are actually indicators that would tell us as to what is the rating of the teacher, whether it's 1, whether it's 2 or 3, depending on the demonstration or the manifestation of the rating during the execution of the lesson. So if the teacher really manifested a rating of 5, I think we have to give 5. If the teacher would execute the lesson that would only call for a rating of 1, so be it, because that's actually the call of the rater. That is based from his or her observation during the execution.
Okay, sir. We have another message from Sir Argid Hayral. A master teacher from grade 6 can also observe kinder teacher or other grade level.
If the principal will allow, that will be okay. But if there are more master teachers in a central school or in a big schools, I think the principal will have to assign who is assigned in a particular grade level. If there are more than 6 master teachers, so maybe the principal will now be the one to assign a master teacher to a particular grade level. Depende yan sa principal now. It's now the call of the principal.
We have another question from Ma'am Carolina Chua. Is there a need for teachers to have the home visitation in this time of pandemic, sir?
Yes, it's actually, if you look at the PED order, it's mandated. It's actually advised, I should say advised to conduct home visitation.
Or can they use online interview to parents?
That can also be included. Maybe we can adopt that if online, if they prepare online, that would be good. But much better if they would definitely conduct home visitation, because it's actually advised in the DepEd memo that we received. Okay, wala na po,
I
Rose?
think that's the last question, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Rose.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir
Before
Jim.
that, Rose, I would like to pass at our ways forward, because what's next? What's next after this orientation? I think the school heads will give priority to the orientation of all our teachers during last session, making use of the video that we showed today. So they will have to already start the orientation to all our teachers so that our teachers will be guided of what they're supposed to be doing. And they will already start preparing the
the planning as to what are the indicators, the expected indicators to be observed during the CO, and how many things. So because our teachers deserve to be aware also of what are the things to be done, especially this time of pandemic. Kailangan po natin ito. And of course, dapat din natin gamitin yung, anong tawag? Sandali ha. Yung video, kailangan po natin gamitin ito during lock session. So, sa lock session natin, para this would give orientation to all our teachers on how to make use of this revised RPMS. So, we have recorded all the steps from session 1 to session 11. So I think this is a very good tool for our principals to use during their lock session. So if they can start it next week, because phase 1 of the RPMS cycle has to be done already, because the schedule is from January to March, and then March to June. So kailangan na po natin itong gagawin. So they can already start conduct school-based or cluster-based orientation. School-based or cluster-based orientation, dapat gawin na yan para at least all our teachers will be aware. And of course, this has to be spearheaded by our teachers, by our school administrators or principals, to be assisted by our master teachers. So lahat ng mga cycle natin, sa phases ng cycle, dapat has to be started already. So phase 1, performance and planning and commitment. Pero wala tayong mangyayaring commitment and planning kung walang orientation, because the first thing that the school principal will do is to conduct or hold orientation, para at least everybody is aware of what they're supposed to be doing. So I think that would be all, Rosary.
Sir,
Thank you very much.
We have follow-up questions, sir. Okay lang?
Oh, sige na mo. Sige po.
Sir, from Ma'am Gemma, is video broadcaster pwede i-submit sa RATI para i-rate as one of the CO?
Hindi po. Hindi po yung pwede gamitin. Yung mga video na ginawa, hindi po yan pwedeng gamitin. Ang pwedeng gamitin ng mga teachers, yung sarili nilang video. Sinabi na yan kanina ni Mr. Aragon sa frequently asked question. It was actually answered already a while ago, I should say. A while ago, Mr. Aragon said that yung videos ginawa ng mga video broadcasters cannot be used as CO. Ang pwede lang natin gamitin yan as plus factor. Pero yung ginawa, kasi anong gagawin kasi, anong kasing gagawin na yung mga video na if I am going to prepare a video, yung talagang real na lesson, kung anong lesson intended for that week, and then I will have to record myself, and that will be presented during at ibigay sa principal for the CO or classroom observation. Pero yung ginamit sa kuan, hindi po pwede kasi dito participated in the ROSDO school initiated TV-based instruction. Hindi po pwede yan meeting. But of course, pwede yan ipasok doon as one of the plus factors. Those plus factor, pero hindi yan pwede gamitin.
From Sir Noel Reyes, sir, who will observe classes of TIC or serving as school head?
Okay, who will observe classes for TIC with teaching load? Yung with teaching load. I think the district, the OIC district, the district supervisors, or the OIC PSD, or the quadrant head will be invited to observe a TIC with teaching load.
Sir, another question from Olga. If a master teacher is a senior citizen and the teacher opts to have slack CO, is the MP allowed to be there in school?
Okay, so if the master, di ba mayroon tayong bagong pinalabas ng IATF? hanggang 65 na tayo, di ba? Pwede nang lumabas. I think that has to be referred to the IATF standard. If the senior citizens will already be allowed to go out, so I think the senior citizen can already go and attend the LAC session. Pero pag wala yung IATF na, I think this master teacher will have to make some negotiation with our principal, because the principal is actually the person responsible for all these things. Kung ay allow niya, judgment call na yan ng mga principals.
Sir, another question from Ma'am
Akala ko ba
Rosie.
isa na lang?
Another question, sir. Demo lessons during ESAT po last December. Can we use it as one of the COs?
Hindi po, ma'am.
No.
You cannot make use of that. Because it is very clear in the DepEd order, only from January to March, April to June. Isang observation from January to March, another observation from April to June. So, if the teacher demonstrated last December, hindi na po pwede yun. Bakit?
Sir, one last question.
Oh, last. Sige
From
po.
Ma'am Marilyn Falcasantos. Sir, how much time should we give to the demo teacher?
Excuse me, ma'am?
How much time should we give to the demo teacher?
So, balikan natin ulit yung time allotment sa classroom. Yung sa klase ng bata. Kung ano yung klase, let's say, for example, 40 minutes. If the subject is intended for 40 minutes, so that the demo will also last for 40 minutes. If it is 1 hour, 1 hour din. Hindi ba, ma'am? Hindi ba, Rose? Kasi hindi po pwede dalawang
Yes, sir.
lang. Kung ano talaga yung time allotment ng subject, that would also be the lesson to be demonstrated by the teacher.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, Ma'am
Okay.
Rosie.
Thank you very much, Sir June, for answering all the questions. Okay. So we move on to the closing and acknowledgement. Before we end this webinar, Sir Mike, I would like to post a link for the evaluation and feedback on this event. Your insights will help us shape the future events such as this. So I will be posting the tiny URL for the evaluation. We will also post this in our FB Facebook at HRD DepEd Zamboanga City. So you can click the evaluation form and answer them. And then I would like to inform you regarding the materials on the RPMS, Sir Mike, for the materials for the RPMS PPST, the tools. So you can get the materials at http RPMS PPST 2020-2021. We will post them also in our DepEd HRD, Zamboanga City. So you can click it there. And I would like to inform you regarding the collection of the ESAT. We will be collecting it on the first week of March. Please all send them all to the email ad of Dr. Norma T. Francisco at norma.francisco001@deped.gov.ph. And then please send them by district. We wish to thank the following people behind the success of this webinar. We have the RPMS team members and facilitators, Dr. Rosalio B. Conturno Jr., Dr. Norma T. Francisco, Dr. Mirna B. Cabanes, Dr. Imelda G. Mondejar, Mr. Elmer S. Natividad, Mr. Abelardo T. Brutas Jr., Mr. Ricardo R. Ramiro, Dr. Gloria P. Carpio, Mr. Sosimo T. Beira, Mr. Sherwin P. Saavedra, Dr. Aisel Ayan A. Aguana, Mr. Rodel C. Manlangit, Mr. Danilo S. Apat Jr., Ms. Genevieve G. Kulong, Mr. Julius A. Cruz, Mr. Job Erico E. Aragon, Mr. Jonathan Tarosa, and Mr. Ryan Rubio. We would like to thank as well the English TV broadcasting team headed by our English Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Valeria Figues Cortesa, for the videos. We also would like to thank the ICT team, of course, with Sir Michael C. Rute and Raymond Vico. Thank you. And for our sponsors, Santa Maria Central School, Sir Jonathan Tarosa, San Roque Elementary School for the hosting of the video shoot, Vilma Soldivillo, Sir Rick Ramiro, and Sir Ian Izel Aguana, thank you. And we would like to thank all of you, our speakers, and to all our participants in today's webinar. On behalf of the DepEd Zamboanga City Schools Division Office, the Human Resource Development Office, together with the RPMS team, wishes to thank all of you for joining us today. We hope you found this information and dialogue valuable in supporting and understanding the orientation and the other modifications in RPMS, its tools, process, and protocols for school year 2020-2021. No hay cosa imposible, cree junto, puede. Thank you, God bless, and keep safe everyone. This is your moderator, Ms. Roshan M. Cabanero Yanga, saying happy weekend ahead. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Wait, sisil ko na.
This is the chance to learn, let's brighten the day. With you the journey will continue. Yes, to education, we are reaching to you. We'll be on your way, we know we can help you learn. Yes, we can, we reach high, we big, we believe. Que junto puede, para con ellos zamboangueños. Yes, with you we'll continue. Let's say yes to education. Que junto puede, para con ellos zamboangueños. Yes, we can reach high, dream big, we believe. Que junto puede, para con ellos zamboangueños. Yes, with you we'll continue. Let's say yes to education. Que junto puede, para con el zamboangueños. The long roads, the mountains high, the challenging seas will reach out to you. We'll do it, we'll bring it, we'll guide you on your way. Yes, we can, we reach high, dream big, we believe. Que junto puede, para con el zamboangueños. Yes, with you we'll continue. Let's say yes to education. Que junto puede, para con el zamboangueños. Que junto puede, para con el zamboangueños.